Madam Chair, can you,
virtually?
Madam Chair, let's,
Oh, we're not on.
I gotta go live. Hold on.
Okay.
Corey, we're ready to go live. Madam Chair, we are now live.
Good morning. The State Board will come back to order. Thank you all for joining us virtually. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Flores.
Here.
Board Member Goff.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as published in board docs.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any changes, additions, concerns? The agenda? I'm not sure I need to go down the line. Please speak up. All right. Anyone opposed to the agenda? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
Madam Chair, I move to approve items 4.01 through 4.15 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So I will go down the line, see if there are any items that colleagues would like to have either pulled or anything else that we need to discuss. Board Member McClellan?
Nothing from me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Flores?
Did you call me?
I did. Do you have any
No,
items you want pulled from the agenda, from the consent
I don't.
agenda? Thank you so much. Board Member Durham?
No.
Board Member Sheffel?
No, thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Goff?
No, thanks.
All right. Ms. Maramba, please call the roll.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That
Thanks a
passes
lot.
unanimously.
So the next item on the agenda is a report from the Director of State Board Relations, Ms. Maramba.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you all for joining us virtually. Just another friendly reminder that all of our documents are posted on board docs for you today. Just a couple of event reminders that the Western Slope Superintendents are gathering in Grand Junction for their fall conference starting on October 15th, and then that will be until October 16th. Another reminder.
Is that virtual or what?
I believe it's a hybrid conference. There's some virtual and some in person.
All right. I would guess Ms. Rankin and I are interested in that. So if you could provide us with a little more information, I would be grateful.
Absolutely. We'll follow up after the meeting.
Thank you.
NASB is also holding a virtual annual conference October 20th through the 23rd. So please just let Carol or I know and we will get more information to you. We will not be having live public comment at this meeting, but we will be reading some written public comment that was submitted during the agenda item. Lastly, this month I was able to participate as a panelist for the Education Commission of the State's 2020 Executive Director Policy Forum. The session was very interesting to me. It was focused on how state boards have gone virtual. So I was able to kind of share what we have done and also learn some helpful information to improve our meetings. That concludes my report today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Colleagues, do you have any questions, etc.? Joyce, am I correct that you also might be tuning into that meeting virtually?
Are you talking about superintendents?
I am, sorry, yes.
I've already made, Carol's made my hotel reservations. I'll be going down in person.
Okay, so I didn't know anything about it. So I just need to ask Carol to bring me up to date. Thank you. All right, the next item is the Commissioner's Report. Commissioner Anthus.
Good morning, board. Nice to see you virtually. Hope everyone is doing okay. Yeah, just a couple things for me today, some regular updates. Just wanted to keep you up to date on the legislative stakeholder group that we were required to pull together based on legislation last year. We've had another probably 2 meetings since we last talked to you. Just as a reminder, this group is pulled together to provide recommendations to the legislature, you all, and the governor about the impact of COVID-19 on certain educational policies. So we have been getting into the real meat of the work in this group. The group is publicly live streamed. So it is able to be seen by the whole public. We're really getting into the meat of the discussion now. At the last meeting, we had a 4-hour meeting where we talked about assessments. We really laid the groundwork on assessments, which is what are current policies, what are federal requirements around assessments, and then some of the technical issues around assessments, thinking about, how you need to give those assessments to ensure validity and reliability. There's still a lot to accomplish with this stakeholder group. I think there is some healthy trepidation about getting all the work completed by December. There's just a lot of work that has to go into these, and a lot of really robust discussions and dialogue about it. It's also sort of hard, as you know, to predict the future. So some of these recommendations are kind of in the midst of not exactly knowing how the rest of this school year is going to play out. So this group is really dedicated. They're doing really good work. And we don't have anything really substantive to share with you right now, but they are working hard. And the next meeting is October 14th at 1 o'clock. Big thank you to the stakeholders who are spending lots of time on this, and a tremendous thank you to our staff who are doing a lot of work to put these things together. It's no easy task to talk about these technical issues, and then especially doing it remotely can be challenging. In addition, I, as usual, had a series of sort of engagement meetings just to keep everyone informed and up to date, as well as some learning sessions for me to understand what's happening in other states and districts around our state. Some of those meetings include having my Commissioners Rural Council meet. We met virtually and had a good discussion with them. I think we already let you know that the Joint Education Committee asked CDE to present on a number of issues. That was an 8-hour meeting. A lot of preparation work went into that. I also have my annual Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission meeting. I sit on that commission to ensure that as military children transfer in and out of bases and in and out of public schools, their transition is seamless, and their transition is supported by all districts in the state. Also met with CASE, met with the Rural Alliance, met with a series of K-12 advocacy groups. A lot of those discussions are focused on enrollment, in attendance, and engagement. I think there's a lot of questions and concerns about how we make sure students are really connected and engaged during this time, with all the different approaches going on across our state. I also participated in the Reagan Institute on Education. That was a national organization. That's a national organization that had a virtual conference on education and what states are doing in response to the pandemic related to education. And that was a really interesting discussion. Condoleezza Rice was the keynote of that, and I found it a very interesting and helpful conference. just some ongoing work that we continue to do and takes a good amount of our time. We continue to work on processing and ensuring coronavirus relief funds reporting procedures. We continue to get updates from the Treasury about how we need to report on that. So that's sort of a moving, evolving target that we continue to work on. We are processing all of our applications. Districts have to apply to us to receive their ESSER funds. And so we are processing that and making sure that allowable uses are appropriate and all of those things. That's a lot of new work for us because we didn't used to have to do this. So we're great thanks to our staff for stepping up and doing that. And then, as you all know, because we've been meeting with you one-on-one, last several weeks has been a lot of hard work on the budget. And just huge thank you to you all for giving us your feedback and spending your time with us on that. Really important, and we'll talk about that more, I believe tomorrow it's on the agenda. And then we just continue to work with other agencies, the emergency management team on mask distribution to our districts, the Department of Public Health on, revisions to any health guidance that need to occur, and our continued work with the governor's office to make sure we're all sort of rowing in the right direction. So that's the main report. I will end on a positive note. Just wanted to say I'm really proud of our Colorado State Library team. We don't always talk about the state library, but they are providing some really important services right now. They always provide important services, but during the pandemic, libraries have also become another place to get Wi-Fi, check books out in a contactless way. And our state Colorado library team received an award from the Colorado Association of Libraries to all of our library staff for their incredible work and leadership during the pandemic to support Colorado libraries across the state. So they've been working really hard to ensure patrons can still access those services and connect to other services. So big shout out to our state library team. And with that, I will end my report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me give everybody a chance to maybe ask you some questions. Board Member McClellan, do you have any questions for the Commissioner?
Not from me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Goff? Do you have any questions?
No, thank you. Thanks, Katie.
Board Member Schaffel?
I just had a question, Katie. Have you talked to any group that has to do with child safety and technology, and just databases and what kids are being exposed to, and all that? Has anybody reached out to you on that? I talked to an entity that was interested in that, and I thought they said they were going to connect with you on it, but I'm not sure if they did.
I'm not recalling anything about that. I have to say, sometimes there are emails I miss. They're coming in fast and furious.
I believe it.
But I have not touched base on anything like that.
Okay,
so I'm happy to do so.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Board Member Rankin?
I have one question for the Commissioner. Are all of our libraries in different modes of whether they're in person?
I believe so. They're probably within the same local control that our schools are. So depending on where they are, depending on their local public health guidance, they probably have a variety of approaches to serving their patrons.
And are some of them, do they have the connectivity so that a parent or a student could drive into the parking lot and have better connectivity?
Yes, we think that is what's happening largely. And so that is one access point that's really important right now.
When we get finished with this COVID, will there be some kind of an evaluation of such things that we're talking about right now?
That's a good question. I don't think we have an evaluation planned, but I think we'll definitely be able to, put our heads together, do some lessons learned, and see what worked and where there were additional sort of resources and opportunities to support communities. I think libraries would certainly be one of those.
I think this is a good time for our director of libraries to be maybe putting together some kind of information, because then if it happens again, we'll know what people are doing that's successful. I just think that would be good information to have besides the safety of the internet that they're using at the library.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Board Member Rankin. I'll talk with our state librarian about that.
Thank you.
Board Member Flores, do you have any questions for the commissioner?
I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham?
No, I think just one comment on that. I also received some information about internet access to inappropriate sites. I didn't forward it. I'll see if I can find it, but it's an issue we've dealt with before in a little different context. But I think part of the question is, are these, since we're requiring kids to be online, essentially, are we providing appropriate what I would characterize as parental controls to block certain kinds of content? I think that's the sum and substance of the issue that Dr. Scheffel mentioned.
Okay, great, thank you.
Madam Chair, could I add one issue?
Yes, Board Member Scheffel. Go.
Also, in terms of services for special needs students, Commissioner, have you talked to any groups about that? Because there's been, I think, a lawsuit in Boulder, and just a lot of issues where parents feel like, remote learning really isn't working for kids with special needs. And has there been much talk about that? Is there anything we can do to help support those parents?
Yeah, that's a really important point, Dr. Scheffel. We're hearing that too, that this pandemic is especially hard on our special needs students. It's also compounded by the fact that we have some shortages in special needs teachers, and some of those teachers have made some determinations to retire at this time, and that's exacerbated the shortage we already had with that particular subject matter. So I have to say it is a very big challenge, and I appreciate you asking the question. I know our exceptional student services team is working very hard with districts and parents to provide lots of tips and options, and how can you bring small groups of students in, even if they, are there options to do in-person learning. And I think those are happening on a district by district basis, depending on their staffing capacity and what supports they can provide. But you're absolutely right. And it is I would say it's a national challenge right now, and we're struggling to keep up with it, just to be frank.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just have a question and a comment. My question is, you mentioned that the department is helping all the districts with their efforts to seek COVID funds. Are we assured that all the districts know that they have this available to them? In other words, are we kind of monitoring, just in case there's a small district that, we miss emails, we miss notifications, and this is so critical for especially our smallest districts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they absolutely know. They already received the coronavirus relief fund, so that they know they have it.
That just got sent out without a
Yes.
request.
Yep, they know that, and we actually talk about the ESSER funds and the coronavirus relief funds probably 5 times a day. So we're on phone calls with superintendents, big groups of superintendents. They are obviously very interested in reporting and making sure they're doing the accounting right for this. So poor Jennifer Oakes is on every meeting, every day, every hour, helping them navigate the reporting requirements, and then often the changing reporting requirements. We get new information, and then we have to make sure that all of that new information is out and that they can adjust. But I can guarantee you they know that they have it, and they're working with us on proper accounting and reporting.
Thank you. So a shout out to Ms. Oakes for all the extra work that she and her staff are doing. The other thing is a comment I wanted to make regarding Board Member Rankin's request for information about libraries. This is not new at all, that we use the benefits of libraries. So on Sunday morning, before we were able to get internet in our own cabin, we and about 6 or 8 other cars were always parked outside the Red Feather Library, getting caught up with our emails, etc. So this has been an opportunity for remote communities for a long, long time, because it's very, very hard and kind of expensive to get internet, maybe through your phone line if you have a landline, but so many homes have neither. And so the libraries have been providing that service ever since they got Wi-Fi, and they're terrific. You can go inside and print, or you can just sit outside and get caught up if you have the capacity to do that. So I'm not entirely sure, Board Member Rankin, what kind of an analysis we would be able to do, given that this has been something for kids, and even high school kids would be out there, sitting out there with their laptops, getting the Wi-Fi from our various libraries. But it's a tremendous service. I don't know if there aren't people who don't know that that's available, because it's hugely helpful, especially in the remote areas. Or if your Wi-Fi is weakening because there are 5 people in your house that are using it. That also seems to be a problem in some capacities. Any other comments or questions for the commissioner, folks? Thank you very much, Commissioner. Our next item is a short presentation and vote on the computer science teacher education grant. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Floyd Cobb and possibly Dr. Colsman.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Anthus. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'm here this morning to give a quick presentation on the computer science education teacher program funding recommendations. And just as a refresher, this program was created in 2017, and it was designed to provide grant funding for professional development for teachers in computer science. Originally, CDE was allocated $1 million, and it was divided into 2 programs. The original professional development program for K-12 teachers, and then an added program specifically for elementary teachers. Due to budget cuts during the past legislative session, $393,000 was available for grant distribution for this current fiscal year. We received 15 applications in total of $335,000, and 12 were received for the district determined grant program specifically for a total of $322,000. And we had 3 applications for a total of 88 elementary students. 88 elementary teacher slots, I apologize, for the elementary program specifically, which would lead to a total training request that is $26,000. And there's a request for teacher stipends incorporated into that as well for $13,200. And so with that, Madam Chair, that concludes this portion of the presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you to see if there are any questions.
Thank you. Before we entertain questions, I would appreciate a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the recommendations for the Computer Science Teacher Education Grant Program for the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
Board Member Shuffle, that's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So let me go down the list to see if you all have any additional questions. Board Member McClellan.
Not from me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Goff.
No questions.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yeah, one question. Dr. Cobb, you said there were 3 district applications and just 88 elementary teacher slots. Is it, I mean, were you hoping to get more interest, or is that about right?
It's Madam Chair, Board Member Shuffle. It's really hard to tell. It was because we're pursuing this grant program in the middle of the pandemic, trying to create comparisons, I think was a little bit different. I will say that compared to past years, it was a little bit lower, but some of that could be just due to increased saturation of the program throughout the state as well. So it becomes a difficult thing to actually be able to determine. Nonetheless, you know, we're glad that there is still interest in this portion of the computer science program.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
If this, Dr. Cobb, if this law took place in 2017, have we already had 1 year at least of these trainings?
Sure, Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, yes, we have. The information in terms of the actual detail of the trainings is identified in the legislative report. So we can certainly kind of go through where those where they've taken place and the experiences that folks have had.
I'm just interested in the feedback as to how effective that money is to spend for. I mean, it should be, but I don't know how it's already been spent.
Sure, Board Member Rankin. We incorporated the link into the memo of the 2019 legislative report, and so you should be able to see information identified there. We're also in the process of working on the new report for the 2020 year, and we'll make sure that some of the additional feedback is incorporated in there as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
My question is, you have $77,684 left in the grant. Is it possible to have another round to, you know, I mean, since we have cut the money, and you did say that there were problems probably with people having, you know, issues with COVID and all that, that we could have another round so that the $77,684 can be spent?
Madam Chair, Board Member Flores, certainly that's a possibility to be able to look into. Yes.
Thank you. I hope you do. I hope you do look into that, because I think that we do need to have, you know, all that training needs to take place.
Sure. Board Member Durham.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Cobb. I would second the idea of maybe another round. It would seem that given what's happened with COVID, that the need for more computer science education for teachers might feel kind of critical to some folks. So I'm guessing it's possible they didn't know this opportunity existed. So I would encourage staff to consider doing that if we have the capacity to go through and do that. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Sorry. Ms. Miranda, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes,
That passes 7-0.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. So the next item is public comment. So we want to take a little bit of time to recognize and read written public comment we've received this month. Unfortunately, we just received some today, which does make things a little bit tight. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be helpful if we set a deadline a little bit earlier. But as we are still on a remote platform, we encourage members of the public to submit written comments to the board office. They have been distributed to us in advance and they are posted on board docs. At this time, I will ask our director to please read public comment that we have received. Ms. Maramba.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first public comment we received was from Lindsay Datko, and she says, I'm Lindsay Datko. I live in Jefferson County. I'm a parent, community member, and certified elementary teacher. I've taught 250 children to read successfully. I'm a fluent Spanish speaker, certified in English language acquisition, and helped many Spanish-speaking children learn to read. I've received the Mile High Teacher Award from the Mayor of Denver, in large part for helping nearly 100% of my students reach grade level and above in reading more than 1 year in a row. I can hand my students any book and anticipate the errors they will make before they begin. Teaching a child to read is a detailed science. There are over 100 specific reading skills and comprehension strategies learned in the first grade. Each child requires a daily diagnosis, and each and every day that diagnosis should be refined and a new one develop until the student becomes a self-sufficient fluent reader. A classroom of 25 requires 25 ever-changing diagnoses. In my experience, in an intensive and high detailed instructional processes followed, the average first grader will be in a position for success by February of the school year. An average second grade learner will be in a position for success by April of that year. When managed properly, the process for reading for a student will become relaxing and joyful, and the staggered amount of energy and brain power required to decode words initially will fade away. A careful process sets students up for success in all subject matters and allows each to focus on comprehension, spelling, rich writing content, number sense, and so on. The first grade is one essential window of opportunity teachers have to set strong foundation and build habits that lead to success. If this process is neglected, the average first grader will form bad habits that will take years to overcome with intense professional one-on-one instruction. Without solid reading skills in place, other subjects including math will suffer. I currently spend my afternoons privately tutoring elementary children of all ages. My transition from teacher to tutor as I stay home to raise my own children has transformed my role as good habit builder to bad habit breaker. Helping students fight discouragement and feeling of failure while breaking bad habits soak up years of extra brain power and energy. Building good habits allow children the freedom to excel and the confidence to try. Attempting children to read on Zoom or Google Classroom will never replace the good habit forming experience that happens within the walls of effective classrooms. Attempting to teach children to read on Zoom or Google Classroom will never allow for the instructional differentiation and personal attention they so deeply need and deserve. Attempting to teach children to read on Zoom or Google Classroom will never allow for 25 daily diagnosis. Attempting to teach children to read on Zoom or Google Classroom is equivalent to receiving treatment from a dentist remotely. An essential and foundational developmental reading window for early readers is at extreme risk with remote learning. Please continue to encourage Colorado districts to provide the choice for 100% in-person learning. The future of every early reader depends on it. That was one. And then we did receive this morning a letter from 10, and they included 5 letters from parents that have concerns with the loss and generation of learning with low quality remote learning and the lack of resources that is given to parents. So they are also encouraging to go back into the classroom for in-person learning. And those are posted on board docs and were distributed to all of you.
Did you say there were 10 letters this morning or 5?
There were 5. There are 5 from parents.
Okay.
It was from the organization 10.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maramba. I'm wondering if we should post on their request that there be a particular deadline so that the morning of the meeting, I mean, normally in an in-person meeting, people can wait until the last minute, but ideally just a little bit of an earlier cutoff would be really helpful in your planning and in our agenda planning. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you. The letter reminded me of a question. Maybe I should have asked Dr. Anthus during her report, but I thought you were trying to accumulate information about, particularly in the elementary K3 space, the sort of the number of students that are in school in either full-time or hybrid versus remote. Do you have you made, I know that's tough information to get and it changes regularly, but do you have any update on that?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Durham. I will pull up that spreadsheet. We are updating it regularly. And so I might need to get back to you just in a few minutes, just so I can pull it up and get the latest numbers.
Okay, that'd be, yeah, no rush. I know we've expressed some interest in that. I'm curious as to what we do know and what, see if there's any attempt to evaluate how successful the reopening attempt has been at those grades. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Val. May I ask
Go ahead,
a question?
Board Member Flores. Go ahead.
Could someone read one of the letters from 10?
Sure.
I'm sure they're probably on the same topic but it would be helpful to have one letter read.
Sure. Ms. Maramba, could you kindly read one of the letters from the same organization, please?
Sure, absolutely. So it says, to the Colorado State Board of Education Commissioner Anthus, my name is Rosemary, and I am the parent of multiple students across Denver Public Schools. I'm here today because our schools and students are facing a real emergency. Since March, we have had to endure and adjust to make do with a constant changing environment and a flood of contradictory information, and the ones who are suffering the consequences are our children. Our students are struggling both in classes and out of them. Many students are struggling to learn and are falling behind. I've heard stories of young students who are 3 years behind where they should be, and their school is not offering any plan or any support to make sure that they catch up. They are telling their parents that it is their responsibility to catch their child up. Why wasn't this addressed years ago? Why are we just learning about this now? And why isn't anyone else stepping up to support this student and ensure that they have what they need to succeed? Remote learning is not working. Parents need more. They need more consistent and clear information. They need support ensuring that the children have the chance to learn, and they need additional resources for their kids. That includes mental health support. It is not normal for our kids to be in front of a screen, away from their teachers, separated from friends. They need our help and your commitment to ensure that they will be supported, cared for, and have opportunities to succeed. We need your leadership. It is your responsibility to serve the needs of the kids across the state. And now, more than ever, we need courageous leadership to do the hard things for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure. We're a little off our procedures,
Okay.
but hey, let's get it out. Go ahead.
Well, my question is, because I've been getting a lot of communication from parents along the same lines as those letters. And my question is, they're looking to us for leadership to encourage good learning, accountable outcomes, and all that. And my question is, how do we exert that leadership, or how do we communicate? The districts are making their own decisions, but they're making those decisions informed by source documents that sometimes come from CDE, sometimes come directly from the Center for Disease Control. So I don't know, maybe that's worth a discussion at some point. How do we support what we know children need? Parents are asking for it in large numbers, and I'm trying to reflect on how can we have a voice that would make a difference and exert some leadership, which is kind of what parents are asking from us.
So we can talk about it, but this is a national issue, trying to balance the keeping kids safe, balance the requests of parents who are either not sending their kids to any kind of remote learning versus those who want full-time. I think we'll listen to the commissioner's report, but it's my understanding that districts are trying desperately to have some in-person learning, especially in those early grades, because it's most effective. We cannot mandate anything. We can only encourage.
Right. I mean, you're right. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're right. This is a really important discussion. And I think, I mean, a lot of our superintendents would tell you the same thing, that they're struggling to, you know, get better remote learning options. But I also do know that they are working very hard to get in person as quickly as possible. So I even know that Denver is working to get folks back into school in person, as they're working with their local public health, and many other schools are too. We have, we have approximately our spreadsheets being open or updated on a rolling basis, so it's not fully up to date, but we do have about 132 districts out of 100, and I think I'm reading this correctly, have elementary options open in person. And that may include some hybrid opportunities where you're focusing on certain students that need that in-person learning most. But I will say the majority of our school districts are open. I think the challenge is when you have the big urban districts that are still working to get open, that's where a lot of the students are. So I don't have the percentage of students right now, but I know most districts have in-person option for learning right now. And we continue to update this this spreadsheet, as we talk with it and work with the individual districts.
So may I do a follow-up question?
Yes, please.
So I think what some parents are asking is, if it's the case that children are at a low risk, and if teachers are at a low risk of lower than a certain age, and when we look at the median and mean age of teachers, lots of teachers and lots of students are at low risk and could be doing face-to-face learning. And the outlier could be teachers who are at risk because of age or other conditions, and some students are at risk, but it's very small percentages. What a lot of parents are asking me is, we know we have local control, but can you encourage districts to get more kids and more teachers in school and only address the outliers for not doing remote learning? And their sense is that it's kind of the opposite. It's like almost everybody's remote or hybrid, instead of being more, selective about how that's implemented. And I can only speak to the university at which I teach, where we're doing that. Those students are actually older and at greater risk. It seems to be working, where people that are at risk, whether student or faculty, can choose that option, but most everybody is face-to-face. And given, appropriate precautions, it seems to be working now, knock on wood. But anyway, is there any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Scheffel. I think our data does show that the majority of districts do have an in-person learning option. It's just the challenge is if it happens to be Denver or one of the big urban districts that don't, it may seem like it's mostly remote at this point. But I mean, I think it's up to the board on what you would like to do. This is a local control issue. However, if you want to, issue a statement or a resolution encouraging that, I think that that's certainly within your purview. We do talk about these types of trade-offs in our toolkit, and we do encourage in-person learning in our toolkit, especially for our at-risk students, while still working with their local public health and managing any health risks from their teachers, and from parents who actually don't want to be in person yet. So most districts are working to create a remote option and an in-person option so that parents can choose.
Dr. Schaffel, do you think that we should, I mean, the governor has stated that he recommends in-person learning as much as possible. We can do the same with a resolution. I don't know that it would change anything, but it would put us out there as encouraging that. I think the biggest problem that we are not talking about, and I don't know the statistics, is that the teachers just aren't there. In one of my districts, they can't open in-person learning because they don't have the teachers for those grades, because those are teachers who can teach remotely, but for health reasons cannot be in person. And this, I don't know how big this problem is. Maybe that's something that we could get some help from CEA. I would guess they're keeping that data. But that's not one that we have any control over. Those teachers have a right to their personal protection.
Well, I'd like to hear from other board members and see what others feel. I think we know that many students are being disadvantaged by remote learning, as hard as the districts try. It's just a genre that's really tough for many kids. And so I don't know what our leverage point is besides making some kind of statement, but maybe other board members would like to weigh in.
Madam Chair, may I speak? This is Al Flores.
Go ahead, Board Member Flores.
Well, we do have large numbers of children that are not getting very much benefit from online because either they don't have the connectivity or they cannot be helped by parents because of issues with knowing how to deal with computers and such. And I'm wondering if these vulnerable children could be first on the list to get services in school, if that is everything else. You know, they have the equipment, they have the PPE equipment to deal with in school learning. And I'm talking about distance, masks, and soap, and all of that. I mean, do we know that schools are not opening because they don't have all the PPE equipment, that PPI is it, that they need? I know that was part of something that the U.S. Congress was going to provide monies, but they haven't gotten that ready. So is that a problem? Is that something that, I know we're short, this state is short in monies, but are these issues a big problem for the reason that many students are not attending in school?
That's a good question, Board Member Flores. Commissioner, have you heard that restraint? Constraint, sorry.
Can you repeat the constraint? I'm sorry.
Well, the constraints could be that the schools do not have access to PPI equipment. They can't afford it. And thus, you know, it's difficult for parents to, and the school to say, yes, we'll have in-school learning. But the problem is we were promised this by the feds, and then they didn't come through with the money. So is this a problem for not having students in school right now because of the expense? And as you said, we don't have teachers. I mean, that could be, you know, I mean, this is an emergency. We could have people that have degrees and are willing to do the work, and can go in? I mean,
Yes,
I mean,
thank you. Thank you, Board Member Flores. I mean, I do think what we're hearing is there are still challenges that districts are facing for sure. There are still broadband issues. There are still device issues. We are working to do what we can to close those issues with the 2 million that we supported, but that is in process, right? That doesn't just happen overnight. And so we're working to get that out. I will say there are still some supply chain issues with laptops that districts ordered early in the summer. Some districts still haven't received those, so there are still some challenges with getting students the devices they need. We continue to make progress on that, and districts continue to make progress on that, but you are right. We don't have this all figured out yet, and our districts don't have it all figured out yet. We're also trying to, greatly increase capacity in terms of Wi-Fi and then learning platforms that students can engage with.
But I'm not talking about those issues. I know we have those issues. I'm talking about sanitizers. I'm talking about having people that are working and cleaning schools that are available. And is the issue of PPI a problem for why we are not having students in school? Is that a problem? Aside from the teachers, and then the teachers, it is an emergency, and we should be able to find people. There are a lot of people that don't have work right now that are not employed, but have a lot of skills that might be willing to teach if we don't have the workforce out there because they're aged, or they're older, or they have medical problems that they can't teach.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Flores. I have not heard challenges with personal protective equipment, PPE. I think our districts have been able to get that. They're also getting shipments of K95 masks from the Emergency Operations Center. And all the things that I've heard from them, they're doing a great job of cleaning and sanitizing and those sorts of things. I do think that the teacher workforce issue is a concern. We are doing some extra outreach to try to encourage folks to become substitute teachers, as you said, Dr. Flores. There may be other folks that want to get into the profession, and so we are actively seeking those people out right now and recruiting to try to increase our teacher pool and increase our substitute teacher pool. So we are working on that challenge specifically.
Thank you for that. That's very encouraging. I really appreciate your response to my question. Thank you.
Board Member Goff.
Yes, hi. I hope you can hear me. I can see myself. I'm not sure you can see me. I'm here. Okay. Just quick comment. In considering the letters that we got, the public comment letters, primarily one school district, and there was mention more than once about the whole special education component in this. So, I appreciate Dr. Sheffel's injection of board leadership and what the possibilities might be for that. But I also, I don't, before we go in any direction with that kind of action, I'd like to kind of know what are we basing it on, and do we have a clear enough idea of a general sentiment out there? Or is it, as I've asked before on some other matters, what's the expanse of the root of the inquiry on some of this stuff? Is there a specialized interest in it that could also deserve some of its own special attention. I know we've always had the special ed aspect on this to be of prime importance to many people. You know, and the issues around special education and equity and so forth are going to always be with us. So I just wanted to kind of inject my thought about that this was a small group of letters, and I know that any kind of suggestion about a board leadership move is always the intent of us is always beyond that. So just to keep that in mind. And the other thing, I know that a lot of secondary teachers are also moving into the really close examination of online learning versus in person. And I do understand what the complexities are about trying to arrange that sort of schedule all the time too. But I would just encourage us to remember, and I want you all to know I really appreciate the intricacies of this, because I have feelings one way and the other on almost everything as well. And I just know that the closer we can get to in-person as often as possible and safe would be my preference as a teacher as well, particularly with little kids learning how to read. I have that personally in my life right now, and their chances for that are kind of in jeopardy. So I'm concerned about it. But I also think that districts making their decisions about when and if the best time to do that, I still respect that. That's right at the top of the list as well. So Deborah, I agree. I think there's always room for a statement from the board about where we are, a resolution or whatever. But I also think that we need to be really concrete about it, and we need to be very discreet about how we word that without, running the risk of alienating good work that's really been done so far. And Angelica's correct, Dr. Schroeder is correct too. The teacher shortage, the teacher demand and pressure level is really getting to be critical. So thank you. I appreciate you listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member Goff. Board Member McClellan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Scheffel, for seeking this input from your board colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity. I know that the conditions can vary wildly from district to district, particularly when we compare the rural districts with very low case counts and the urban or suburban districts where we still have some of the higher case counts in the state of Colorado. We're dealing with multiple local departments of public health and every district with every local elected board in the state of Colorado. I think this is a situation where they know best what their discussions with their local Department of Public Health are. They know best what their local education associations' thoughts on the matter are. They know best what their local parents are telling them. These local elected board members are elected by their community to make these decisions, and their local superintendents need to be able to work with their local departments of public health to deal with the situation that is unique to their district, keeping in mind their internet connectivity, their ability to meet the needs of their students, and the case counts and the input from their local health department. So I am supportive of the approach that we have taken so far, and I appreciate the commissioner's efforts in this regard. And I think that consideration for the unique conditions in each local district, both in terms of public health and in terms of what they're hearing from their community, and in terms of their resources, I think that this is a situation where we need to make sure that they have all the information and support from us that they need to make their important local decisions, given the unique conditions that each district faces. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. Board Member Durham, did you want to make a comment on this?
Well, I don't think it would be a bad idea to make a statement of essentially what we believe to be best practices. And I think Dr. Anthus probably has at least what we know as a matter of fact, that in-person learning, particularly at elementary grades, is better. So that's on the record, so that people that choose otherwise, at least their constituents have a basis to perhaps object to the local decision, because you would think, as far along as we were in this problem, that we would be doing a little better at it. I think the Department of Health reported this morning that 1 out of every 850 Coloradoans currently has COVID. When you start to look at it in some of those perspectives and start to calculate risk to various age groups, in particular, I sat through a little presentation the other day about, if you're over 80, what your risk level is, as opposed to if you're under 10. And I'm not sure that anybody's engaged in an active risk assessment, which is required really to make rational decisions and balancing health needs. And I still read in the local paper almost every day that they had one case, one positive case, and they've shut everything down for 2 weeks. That just clearly isn't going to work, and isn't going to provide an opportunity for decent education for a number of kids, because first of all, you have the switch. They were in person, now they're remote. 2 weeks from now, they may be back to in person. I don't think those are productive changes, but until as a society we're willing to develop some assumption of a risk criteria and really enforce that criteria, that you can't stay home, you can't not go to work because you're afraid you might get hurt in an auto accident. We're not paying anybody for that. So if the relative risk of a particular activity is low, people, I think, lose the right to choose. If your criteria is I get hurt in an auto accident, you'll never go to work. Are we supposed to keep paying you or allow you to do something that suits your needs better than the needs of the employer? And in this case, and more importantly, perhaps the client. So I think we're a long way away. I think some best practices might help, and I know we have some of those out there. Perhaps we could state them a little more clearly.
Board Member Rankin, do you have comments?
I just have one quick comment. I agree with what everyone has said, but if we do some kind of a statement, I do think we should have a couple of links to what CDE has posted. I always like to give more information for people that want it. Also, there was a very good letter that Angela and Carol researched through CDE that talks about the local control and what we can and can't do. So those two links, I think, would be extremely helpful if we do make a statement. That's all I'd like to add.
Thank you, Board Member Rankin. I guess I would suggest the following we might consider, which is to combine some of the comments, particularly what Board Member Sheffield began, that we do believe that in-person learning for most children, especially our youngest kids, is more effective, but then to also include some of the items that Board Member McClellan suggested. in order to make this more informative, in addition to saying that we believe this would be the best. I don't disagree with what board member Durham said about rational decision making, but I am sorry, we are not rational when it comes to the safety of ourselves and the safety of our children. That is a different kind of a decision, and to require us to be rational is not going to work. It just doesn't, it certainly doesn't feel right to me. But if you think we ought to, Board Member Scheffel, put out some kind of a statement, I would be very comfortable with your suggestion, but also what Board Member McClellan included, what Board Member Rankin included. I don't know how you do that in a real short piece, but I would agree that this might actually inform our constituents who want us to just put down the hammer and put the kids in school and let it be, that this is the complexity of the decision, that we agree with many of the parents. In my own anecdotal situation is I've got one kid that loves online learning better than, and doesn't want to go back to in-person, much to our surprise. So it's pretty complex depending on, to some extent, whether the children are worried or children enjoy learning at home, staying with their parents. It's just not, we didn't have a choice before, and I get that. But now that we do, we need to kind of deal with some of those irrational needs that our kids and our parents are showing us.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
This
Board
is
Member
Val.
Ford. Yes.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
I think that the letters from 10, it's, you know, if we read those letters, I think that they're asking about vulnerable children, and 10 is an organization, that nonprofit that does deal with vulnerable children. So I guess it's the issue that they're talking about is the concern, you know, with all the issues that vulnerable children are really not getting the education that they need. And we know the problems that districts have. I mean, and COVID, it doesn't make it any easy. I mean, that's the issue, but we do need to think about how else we can help these children get an education. And I think everybody has said that, and we have read the research that younger children, it is better for them to be in class. But somehow we can mediate, you know, all those issues so that the neediest kids, especially special ed and other vulnerable kids, do get a chance to learn. And we know that online is not doing it for many of them.
I agree. So, Commissioner, what are your thoughts after
Yes,
watching
thank
us
you, Madam
wander
Chair.
around this?
Yeah, how about staff take a crack at drafting something for the board to look at? And you all can sort of talk about that and see if we've hit the mark. But we'll try to hit the mark between local control, but you know, knowing what we know about in-person learning and serving our at-risk students.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Scheffel, for bringing that up.
Great, thank
Are we ready to move on? Great. So
Yes.
we now have a short presentation from the governor's office, and then we'll vote on the budget proposal presented last month. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have asked our guests to join us a little early because I think we're ahead of schedule, if I'm right. Yes, so I believe Ms. Kimmel is with us. This is a follow-up. We did have a presentation from Ms. Kimmel at the governor's office last month, and I believe she's here to answer any questions, and you all can take a vote on this. So I will turn this over to Ms. Kimmel.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Anthus, and thank you, State Board members, for having me today. As we discussed last month, the governor is requesting your support for a budget item to create the Colorado Imagination Library Program and to establish a 2-year match for the program. The Dolly Parton Imagination Library is a national voluntary program that meets the criteria laid out in the bill that was passed last session, the bipartisan bill. As we discussed, the Dolly Parton Imagination Library Program leverages local partnerships to send a high-quality, age-appropriate book to children who participate in the program every month from 0 to their 5th birthday. And Dolly Parton Imagination Library has been shown to increase the odds of kindergarten readiness by 90% and has led to an 11% increase in 3rd grade reading in Tennessee. And if this budget request passes, Colorado will be able to serve an additional 72,000 children over 2 years with high quality books. So we ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Before we have a discussion, I would appreciate a motion, please. Board Member McClellan, you're mute.
Madam Chair, I move to support the Imagination Library budget proposal being put forth by the governor.
That's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Turn off your mutes, kids. Thank you.
Second.
All right. Comments, please. Board Member McClellan.
I second it.
Okay, Val, thank you.
I just want to thank Allie Kimmel from the governor's office, as well as Governor Polis's office and staff for putting this forward, and I look forward to voting yes.
Thank you. Board Member Goff.
No, thank you. Congratulations on to all of us, really. But thank you to the original sponsors of the bill and the people that did the research and were able to bring it here. I appreciate this project very much.
Thank you. Board Member Scheffel.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
I just have one quick question. It's a 2-year matching fund. What happens after that?
We would reassess next year sort of the budget situation and determine whether or not we have sufficient funds and put forward another two-year request, I believe. Is Grace on from the budget office? Okay, she's not on yet, or she's not on right now, but I would say we would need to reassess because there would likely be increased caseloads and we would need to figure out what the 5-year ramp up looks like after next year. Happy to work with you and update you next year on what it looks like as well.
So will we have another option to vote every year to understand whether we are carrying the whole burden or whether it's matching funds?
Yes, I believe so. It is, the numbers would need to be increased every year based on the caseload. So right now, the second year, we're only funding about 25%. That's the goal. And so over time, we would need to increase that percentage in order to increase more and spend more money and serve more students.
And does this come out of the general fund?
No, this is marijuana tax cash fund.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Love that marijuana money. Board Member Flores.
I think this is a great program, especially for kids during, a very, important time in their life when their brain is definitely growing. And I think the research is there to support such a program. And I really appreciated those 2 articles that were included along with this information. I think that those 2 articles should be, sent out to school districts. I found them very valuable as far as the research on the brain growth and how programs such as this, reading to kids at a very early age, is very important so that they can come to school at kindergarten and be ready to learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did receive the materials I requested in the mail. the books and the introductory letter. I think those look good. I also had a chance to read the research reports from Tennessee about the effectiveness of the program, which looked encouraging. So my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you call the vote if there are no other comments?
Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Board Member Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Goff,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Sheffel,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes,
It passes 7-0.
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kimmel. Nice to see you.
Thank
Come
you all.
back again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So guys, if it's okay with you, let's take a break and come back at 11:45. Any objection there too? Thank you. See you then.
Madam Chair, we are now live.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is the recognition of 4 of Colorado's outstanding art students. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're pleased to honor some really talented students today. And to honor them, I'm going to turn it over to our board director, Angela Maramba.
Great, thank you. So first, I'd like to provide a little background information for all of you. So each spring, the Congressional Institute sponsors a nationwide high school visual art competition to recognize and encourage artistic talent in the nation and each congressional district. Since the art discovery competition began in 1982, more than 650,000 high school students have participated. Students submit entries to their representative's office, and panels of district artists select the winning entries. Winners are recognized both in their district and in an annual award ceremony in Washington, D.C. The best in show work is displayed for 1 year at the U.S. Capitol. The Colorado State Board of Education's recognition has began an annual tradition through collaborative partnerships established with our congressional representatives and providing their second place award-winning artwork from the competitions to be displayed here at the Department of Education for 1 year. This year, due to COVID-19 pandemic, several of the congressional districts were unable to hold the competitions or had moved to a virtual platform, and online submissions were challenging. That being said, 4 of our 7 congressional districts were able to provide us with some beautiful artwork to display, and 2 of our artists are here with us today virtually that you can hear about them speak to their artwork. Okay, I'm going to share my screen so we can start seeing the art. Okay, let's see here. Do you guys all see the art?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna go back. Okay. Alrighty. So first today we have Zan McKenna's drawing titled Delirium. Zan represents the 2nd Congressional District, and unfortunately he was not able to speak with us today. However, he did provide this statement that I'll read now. This piece was centered around the ideas of escape and illusion, using intricate patterns in the background to convey the dreams and the world constructed by the mind of the figure and sense of being lost in thought. The detail and designs were inspired by the style of Klimt. Next is, so that is his piece Delirium that we are currently viewing.
I can't see it.
You can't see it?
I cannot. Okay, don't things up. It's an easy fix, fine. If not, go on.
I can see it, so I'm not sure if it's.
Could be the limitation.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Alrighty. So next is Dreaming of Magic by Alexandria Lexi Hoffman. She's from the 5th Congressional District. She is here with us today. And so she's going to give us a brief statement while we view her piece. Lexi?
Can you guys see me?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Should I start?
Go ahead, Lexi.
All right. Good morning. My name is Lexi Hoffman, and I drew my self-portrait titled Dreaming of Magic. To be honest, I never expected any of this to happen. I never thought my portrait would have been entered into the Congressional Art Competition or to have gotten 4th place, and I certainly didn't expect to be sitting here in this meeting presenting it to you all. All I was thinking while drawing this was that I was completing an assignment for art class, and I thought that would be the end of it. I thought I would turn it in, get a grade, and then it would just sit somewhere in my house forever. I love creating art, but I never really do it on my own. So although I know I can create exceptional art and I enjoy doing it, I never think of myself as an artist. When I'm at home, I can't seem to just sit down and force myself to be patient enough to actually create something worthwhile, unless I'm in class at school. This is probably because I'm a procrastinator. I'll be honest, I didn't even finish writing this presentation until Monday morning, and then I only had 2 days to memorize and practice it. I've written entire papers that have been given months to work on, all in just a couple of hours the morning of the day they're due. I'm not proud of it, but I procrastinate. Because I procrastinate on pretty much everything in life, if there isn't a deadline, it won't happen. Being at school gives me a deadline for the art that I'm doing, whether it's painting, drawing, or whatever else it may be. Knowing that the piece of art is due at a certain time motivates me to focus and create something I can be proud of. It becomes something I have to do now instead of something that I can just do whenever I want. And that's what I need if I want to get anywhere further than a stick figure, because that's as far as I'll get if I'm trying to draw at home. I really appreciate that my school has an art elective, not only because it's the only place that I personally am able to create art, but also because I think it is important for other students. Through art class, you are given the opportunity to express your thoughts and feelings. You are free to make opinions in an environment where you normally just have facts shoved down your throat. It can be tiring to have fact after fact drilled into your brain for hours at a time. I think it is important for students to let loose and be creative, and art class, choir, band, and other expressive classes give students a chance to do this. I drew the self-portrait of myself off of a photo of me that I took specifically for the art assignment. I chose to wear a Disney mouse ears headband in the picture to add interest. I didn't want it to just be a boring old portrait with nothing special about it. I chose that particular accessory because it had a lot of fun textures to work with and recreate in the drawing. There were silky ribbons, sequin pieces, glittery fabric parts, and this little plastic piece with rhinestones on it in the middle. I titled my portrait Dreaming of Magic because I wanted the main focus of the drawing to be the Disney ears headband, not the girl. Disney is all about magic and making dreams come true, and I wanted to express that in the title. And speaking of magic, there's just something so magical about art, whether it's visual art, music, literature, or films. Art is a way to express ourselves, and it affects every person on the planet. And yes, I do mean every person. If you try to tell me there's someone out there who isn't affected by art, I'm sorry, but you're lying. There are so many different art forms, and there's no way that there's someone out there who hasn't been exposed to at least one of them. But even if there is someone who isn't directly affected, people are affected by the people around them. So even if there's that person out there who hasn't been exposed to art, they're still probably affected in an indirect way through the people that they are around. Art has a lot of power to influence people and their decisions and alter their emotions and belief. And while my self-portrait in particular probably doesn't hold that much power, there are plenty of other pieces of artwork out there that have changed the world. And I think it is really important to recognize that, because sometimes art is put at a lesser significance than it deserves. And I think that should be something that we strive to change. Thank you for your time and this opportunity. I'm honored that you have allowed me to share my artwork and my thoughts on art and its importance in the world.
Thank you, Lexi. Very nice. Very nice.
Okay, thanks, Lexi. So our next artist is also here with us today. Let me advance our slides here. So Ryan Searles is from the 6th Congressional District, and we will listen to him talk about his artwork that's titled Surrendered Circumstances. Ryan?
Hi, everybody. I hope you can all hear me. Well, I am Ryan Searles, and my piece is called Surrendered Circumstances. I would first like to thank, the Congressional Art Show, as well as the Congressional District 6 and the State Board of Education for honoring my work. Thank you. And so in creating this work, I used one of my most favorite mediums, black and white charcoal, as I was able to achieve many different values and textures in this medium. And I think without the use of color, it allows the viewer to greatly see the contrast in light and dark, bringing out the emotion of the piece. As last year, I was exploring the use of chiaroscuro and light that would play on emotion. And in this piece, you were drawn to the little girl's face that leaves the viewer to wonder what she's really thinking about. And the little girl in this piece is my neighbor. And back in April, her and my younger brother were playing with chalk, and I thought, hey, this would be a great opportunity for an artwork. And when working on this artwork, it really got me to remembering me as a little kid playing outside and creating that remembrance of innocence and bringing back to a simpler time in life where anyone could really worry about is that the rain that was washing away your drawings. So I would really say that this piece turned out well. And I would like to say that I think even if my message is not displayed as well, I think that the feeling of being accomplished and strengthening my skills as an artist and really being happy with an artwork is really all that matters. So I would really like to thank you all for giving me this honor to speak on my artwork, and I hope you all enjoy it.
Thank you, Ryan. We do. We will.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. The last one that I just advanced is from Carly Venn, and she's from the 7th Congressional District. Carly was not able to join us today, but please enjoy her art titled Heads and Tails. She did provide us with this statement before the Genesee exit with a long exposure. The red and white trails of light are head and tail lights that the camera picked up as the cars drove by. I took this picture late at night, so all the light was picked up, and due to the long exposure, about 1 minute. I edited the photo by increasing saturation and contrast. My teacher influenced my inspiration for the picture by telling us to go out and take pictures at night of moving objects. And those are all the 4 pieces we have for you guys today.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. I want to congratulate each of you on your outstanding talent. It's really beautiful artwork. It's rewarding for the State Board to hear from students such as yourselves and to see the work you're doing. We're pleased that you've shared your art with us, and we will be honored to have it displayed in our boardroom, to which we look forward to returning for the upcoming year. We'll also be mailing certificates to you shortly to recognize your achievement. I also want to recognize the parents and teachers and the work that they've done to encourage you to pursue your artistic endeavors. I know that parents and teachers are an integral part of your success through their encouragement and support. On behalf of the State Board, I want to thank you very, very much. That was just terrific. Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you announce executive session, please?
Yes. An executive session has been noticed for today's State Board meeting in conformance with 24.6.4023A CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions, including legal questions about potential adjustments to the board's accountability clock order regarding Risley Middle School, possible amicus presentation, and READ Act rules pursuant to 24.6.4023A2 CRS. The State Board will also discuss matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes, including any educator disciplinary matters on today's agenda pursuant to 24.6.4023A3 CRS.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to convene into executive session, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Members of the public, we will recess for lunch and convene in our executive session now. We anticipate we'll be back on the regular board record around 1:30. We are now recessed for lunch. Thank you.
All right.
Angela, can you tell when folks have hung up?
Yeah, we're gonna make sure we have the right people in. So if you just give us a minute, we're gonna cut the live stream and Go live. Go live. Madam Chair, is now 1:40 p.m. on October 7th, 2020, and we are back on the regular board meeting record, and we are live.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Prior to getting to item 13, which was next on our agenda, I would like to address an item that was presented to us in executive session. Board Member Goff, could you please read a motion for us?
Yes, thank you. I move to direct the Attorney General's office to file amicus briefs on the board's behalf in the Poudre School District versus Stancic, Anderson versus Thompson School District, and Kolsky versus Denver Public Schools cases.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores? Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is item 13.01, which is a vote on Risley Academy of Innovation revised order. In November of 2018, the board directed that Risley be managed in full by an entity other than the district. Thereafter, the district contracted with MGT to operate the school. Last month, we heard an update from the district, and the district proposed to modify the order. Today, we will vote about modifying that management arrangement. Ms. Brewer, would you please provide a brief interview? Is Isabel here?
Good afternoon, board members. It's a pleasure to see you again.
There you are.
Yes, thank you. As you all know, we have drafted an order in accordance with your wishes. This order provides for a temporary modification of your 2018 directed action order. It allows Risley and the Pueblo 60 School District to contract for partial management for this school year instead of full management, and directs them to come back before you in March of 2021 so that you can consider what to do next with their directed action order.
Would you be good enough to very briefly identify why the change? It's in the board order, but it would be helpful for those listening to know.
Absolutely.
What happened.
So this change is under your 2018 order, which allowed modification of the order for good cause. The good cause that you all have found here is the COVID-19 pandemic. Pueblo 60 has asked for modification of the order because of the circumstances the pandemic presents, just make that full management near impossible for them.
Thank you. That's helpful. So colleagues, before we discuss this, may I have a motion, please?
This is Joyce. I move to approve the draft order as published on board docs.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
I second that. This is Val.
Thank you, Val. So I'll go down the line. If you have questions, comments, etc. Board Member McClellan.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Board Member Goff.
No questions.
Board Member Scheffel.
No questions, thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
No questions.
Board Member Flores.
No questions. Thank you.
Board Member Durham.
No questions.
All right. No questions or comments. Ms. Miranda, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is a rulemaking hearing regarding proposed amendments to the rules for the administration of statewide accountability measures for the Colorado Public School System, Charter School Institute, public school districts, and public schools. A hearing to promulgate these rules was made known through publication of a public notice to the Colorado Register and during the August State Board of Education meeting. Commissioner or staff prepared to provide an overview.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I believe I'm turning this over to Miss Katie Lanaha and Miss Lisa Medler.
That is correct. Thank you. This is Lisa Medler here. I'm going to take a second to share my screen. Okay, is that coming through okay?
No.
Okay.
It is for me, so I don't know if there's differences.
I've got it.
Okay, I can go to my board docs and get it. Don't worry about
I
it.
can see it.
Okay. Is it okay for me to get started?
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Medler.
Okay.
I will find it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So Katie Lanaha and I are going to give you a brief walkthrough of the proposed rules related to the improvement planning timeline through the Accountability Act. As a reminder, we walked through this presentation in August when you voted to notice the rules. So I'm just going to provide a recap of the overall proposal, and then Katie Lanaha will walk you through the proposed rules themselves. So as a reminder, the rationale for why we're proposing this is to alter the improvement planning timeline. This is in an attempt to actually move up the timeline to earlier dates. So that schools and districts can begin the school year with an improvement plan in place rather than waiting till later in the year. This will also simplify the timeline. CDE and districts will also have more time to respond to, review, and offer support to schools as well. And then we have been able to design some flexibility into that timeline to accommodate special circumstances. Including things like request to reconsider, as well as any newly identified schools or districts. So for instance, if they're newly identified as Pride Improvement Turnaround, or for example, ESSA Improvement, it does take sometimes a little bit more to address some of the added requirements. So giving them more time seemed to make sense. And then finally, on that last bullet, I just do want to reiterate the reason we're bringing this to you now at this time of the year, because we're talking about adjusting this timeline for 21-22. If we're able to move forward with this proposal, then it'll give districts a full year to adjust their systems to accommodate the new timeline. And then just a walkthrough of the timeline itself. Let me orient you to the picture here. That blue line is giving you some of the major dates for our typical timeline, hence thus far. So pretty much 2010 to 2019. The pink line is actually this year, as we've had to flex for some of the realities of COVID-19. Just to remind you, we did provide some flexibility for districts that wanted to take it, and gave them, rather than having them submit last spring and let them focus more on their learning plans, we had offered to move it to this fall. We won't be spending time here, but I did want to at least let you know that this is where we are at this point in time. And then really the focus is on that green line at the bottom, and that is what we're proposing beginning in 21-22. So you'll notice that we, rather than having all of the plans due by April, once most of the year has passed, we're proposing that plans be due in October for review by the department and for public posting of all the other plans. The plans that are reviewed are the ones that are identified on the accountability clock, as well as the ESSA comprehensive support and improvement. And then you'll also see that I mentioned those special cases where we would extend the timeline for them a little bit. We would be giving them until January 15th. So again, that is in response to districts applying for requests to reconsider or any of those newly identified schools. And then finally, we had described for you in August a pretty robust stakeholder engagement that we had in building this proposal. So, I'm not going to reiterate that. I do want to at least point out under the process, that last bullet, we did share out the rules with the field through the State Board office and did not receive any comments. But overall, prior to that, in interacting with the field, they were in favor of this timeline adjustment. And really the biggest request is that if we're going to do this, to give them as much time as possible so that they can prepare their systems for next year. The only other thing is, I know we had before I hand it over to Katie Lonaha, we did have a little bit of a hiccup with the posting of the most updated version. So while the version that you have is exactly the same as the one you received in August, there was a little bit of an update in some of the language just to address some language changes. So Katie will cover that. The good news is it's all in one place, and it really is just some technical changes, but she'll provide a little bit more information there. So with that, Katie Lonaha, are you ready to jump in, and I'll stop sharing my screen?
Sounds good. Good afternoon, board members. So Lisa has already summarized the proposed amendments, but I can just point you to the specific language that we are proposing. If you look at the bottom of page 3 of the rules document, it's section 6.03 that would say that beginning next year, 21-22, district plans would need to be submitted by October 15th, unless an exception applies. And then the 3 exceptions that Lisa mentioned are laid out. That's for districts that submit a request for CDE to reconsider their initial accreditation rating, for districts that receive a priority improvement or turnaround rating and that appeal before that rating before the state board, and for districts that are being asked to submit a priority improvement or turnaround plan for the first time. And so they have a little bit of extra work to do with their communities to develop those plans. And if any of those exceptions apply, the deadline for the UIPs would be pushed back to January 15th. And in the event that CDE provides feedback and suggests modifications to the plan, the districts would have 3 months to turn those plans around. So then if you scroll down further, page 8 of the document, it has section 9.04, and that's the section that makes the same changes for school timelines that would mirror the timeline changes for districts. And then as Lisa mentioned, since we shared the proposed changes with you in August, we have a couple of additional recommendations that we're bringing to you. If you can see throughout the document, there's some changes in green font, and those are all clerical fixes based on recommendations from the Attorney General's office. Mainly, they've recommended that we just change the capitalization of non-proper nouns, and it's just a style change to make sure that these rules are consistent with your other sets of rules. There's also some proposed language in section 6.06 and 9.07. And that language just explicitly states that the plans would be implemented immediately in the same year that they get submitted to CDE. And that's a change from the current practice, which is for districts and schools to implement the plans the following school year. So it's just kind of, it's aligned with the timeline that Lisa shared in August. It's just explicitly stating that. And so that's all that I wanted to cover today.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm assuming we don't have any testimony, Angela?
We do not.
Ms. Maramba, thank you. So before we have a discussion, may I have a motion, please, to approve these rules?
I move to approve the proposed rules for the administration of statewide accountability measures for the Colorado Public School System, Charter School Institute, public school districts, and public schools, 1 CCR 301-1, as published in board docs.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So let me go down the line. Board Member McClellan, do you have any comments, questions, concerns?
Not for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Goff?
No, no questions.
Board Member Sheppel?
No, I don't have questions. I think these are good changes.
Great. Board Member Rankin?
On page 4 of the presentation, the PowerPoint, it says the asterisk is those that have requested biennial reviews. How many of those are we talking about?
I will answer that if that's okay, Madam Chair. Let me give you a little bit of background so that you understand what that meant. It is in statute that any districts or schools that have a performance plan type have some added flexibility for submitting their plans publicly to every other year. And so we just wanted to note that these changes still honor that flexibility, that they still have the ability to just submit their plans every other year, and that these timeline changes would not interrupt that flexibility for them.
So that varies year to year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Board Member Flores?
No, I don't have any questions or I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Durham?
No questions, thank you.
Right, Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Sheppel?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. So since that vote was unanimous, these rules will go into effect immediately. We don't need to bring them back another time. Next item, and I have no idea what number it is because the numbers got changed, is a vote on a charter school waiver request by the Charter School Institute on behalf of Thomas McLaren School. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm going to turn this next item over to Mr. Cottonsteady. We're bringing this forward for a discussion because it's a new waiver that you have not seen before. So normally we put these on consent, but because it's new, we're bringing it for discussion per your board leadership. So Mr. Cottonsteady?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Anthus. As you mentioned, this agenda item is a vote on a charter waiver request on behalf of Thomas McLaren School. The reason this waiver request is before you off of consent is because it is the first time that this statute has been requested for waiver by the state board. The waiver being requested is for 22-35-104 subparagraph 5. So just a particular subparagraph which relates to the Concurrent Enrollment Programs Act. The specific provision of the statute the school is seeking waiver from relates to a requirement that credit at an institution of higher education would count as credit towards a student's high school graduation requirements. The school's waiver request is for a very specific subparagraph of the Act. All other provisions of this Act would still be required of the school. The school provided a rationale for why they are requesting the waiver, as well as a replacement plan. This rationale and replacement plan is included in your board docs. At a high level, the reason the school is requesting the waiver is to ensure that all of their students would continue to be required to complete the locally designed and delivered course of study that is required for graduation from their high school, and that students would not be able to replace courses that are required in the school's curriculum with courses that are taught from outside institutions. If granted the waiver, the school outlines in their replacement plan that the school will still offer concurrent enrollment to students who wish to take college courses above and beyond the school's required curriculum, which would likely be outside of school hours. If a student takes a concurrent enrollment course, the course would appear on the McLaren High School transcript, and colleges could allow for acceptance of the course credit. However, the course could not replace credit requirements that would be required for students to earn locally from the McLaren High School and would not count towards McLaren's graduation requirements. To clarify process, please know that the waiver request was approved by the Charter School Institute and added as an amendment to the existing contract CSI has with the Thomas McLaren School. We had the waiver reviewed by the Attorney General's office, and they confirmed that the state board does have authority to grant the waiver. As mentioned, the waiver request and the corresponding rationale and replacement plan is included with your board docs. And I'm now happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cottonsteady. Before we move on, would someone please make a motion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Durham?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the waiver request of the McLaren Charter School. Thomas McLaren.
I think that's pretty close to a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I need to get back to it.
Second.
I believe we should have it for the term of the contract. We have to have that listed.
Right.
All right. That's as amended, that is the proper motion. Board Member McClellan, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cottonsteady, this was the one item that I really had a question mark on when I went through my packet on board docs, because it indicated that the rationale was available on board docs, but all that I saw was the memo and the signed contract. And I wasn't sure, I still was confused as to the rationale. Can you give an example? So would this be, for example, if they required 3 years of English or 4 years of English, would this mean that you could not substitute one of your English classes for an English class at the local community college? Is that?
Yes. And so I will note that, so the attachment that had the contract, if you went further into that attachment, that would be where you would find the rationale and replacement plan.
At the very end.
But what the school identified, and I believe as an example, they say that all students at McLaren are required to complete 8 credits in English language arts. And they're saying that those 8 credits, they want to hold a practice that all those credits have to be earned by McLaren courses.
Huh.
It's a very unique curriculum. And it's what, an international curriculum, Mr. Cottonsteady?
It is, I know it was in the rationale, it's called a PIDEA program that they administer. So it's a nationally recognized educational approach that I would say generally focuses on college prep.
May I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So this one this is throwing me a little bit for a loop. If a student has, say, maxed out in terms of their progression through, for example, math programs, and maybe there aren't a ton of kids in that district who want to take really advanced level statistics or calculus, does it allow for that coursework that may top out beyond what's offered at McLaren? So for example, if they require 4 years of mathematics and a child is ready for college level statistics or something beyond even beginner calculus or the first levels of calculus, would they really not be able to meet their graduation requirements with those more advanced courses? Or am I misunderstanding something?
So the way that it's presented by the school in an example like that is if a student wanted to take, let's just say like an advanced statistics class that the school does not offer, they would still honor the concurrent enrollment provision of law, that they would make accommodations for that. However, that course would not replace one of the math courses that they require for students to complete on campus.
So a child would have to double up if they wanted to be ambitious and get a bunch of college credits. And
Correct.
does McLaren offer, would they have to take SAT subject tests and hope that those would be acceptable to their institution of higher learning later on if they wanted to earn college credits during high school, or would they just have to double up and do the best they can? Are any of McLaren's regular level courses AP or otherwise allowing those kids to gather some credits before they matriculate in college?
I am not 100% sure if any of their courses would have college credit. I believe that I'm looking at some messages as they're coming in.
Okay.
So let me just double check here.
And I should say, if this is being really well disclosed to parents and students on their way in, I'm not necessarily motivated to vote against it. I just want to understand.
Yeah, I'll just say from what I recall, I didn't see anything definitive that any of their courses are college credit eligible, but they do acknowledge that they have a rigorous curriculum and that they have very strong post-secondary indicators for their students.
Okay.
And so I know their rationale included a belief that the program that they offer is contributing to post-secondary success for their kids.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Board Member Goff, do you have questions?
No, I guess I would comment that my impression of the curriculum is, yes, it is indeed rigorous. And I agree that I think if those kids can meet those requirements for graduation and show evidence that they're well prepared for post-secondary work, that's, I was actually quite impressed by the curriculum and the requirements. So I'm totally in favor of this waiver. And plus, I think everybody can learn from it too. I mean, who knows, that could be a good incentive for all schools to really consider pushing the envelope. See what happens.
Thank you. Board Member Shuffle?
No questions. It's a great curriculum. I think the waiver makes sense.
Thanks. Board Member Rankin?
No, I agree, but it's really curious to me. I have already had a parent call me in the district concerned about, because of COVID, her son was taking courses remotely, but he would get his work done in a couple of hours. So he registered for junior college courses and wanted that to be substituted for the courses that he has at his school. So what effect does that have, or if any? It sounds exactly like the type of thing at McLaren, but in just a regular high school.
So I would say in this situation with McLaren that the waiver, if granted, would say that they could not earn credit towards graduation, but at a typical school they would.
Okay. Is that up to the school itself or school district to make that determination? Because I would not want to see a student do like an art class to substitute for a civics class.
Yeah. So under the Concurrent Enrollment Act, if it's a course through concurrent enrollment, then it would both be college bearing and high school credit bearing.
And in McLaren's situation, it doesn't prohibit a student from doing it because that would still be on their transcript to go to the college. It just doesn't substitute for a course, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Kotzay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have any questions?
Well, I think if it's, I read Mortimer Adler's, is it pronounced Paeta proposal? And
I wish I knew. I was guessing on the pronunciation myself.
okay.
I think it's
That's how
idea.
I pronounce it. Paeta? Anyway,
Idea.
so I really like it. And I think that's one of his best things that Adler has done. I mean, I don't think he's living, but it's impressive. And so if the school thinks that those courses are needed to really be up on that his writings and ideas, I think they have the right to. And if the college, it's up to the college to decide whether maybe some of those courses would be given credit. I mean, you know, they might give credit to some of those courses that those kids are taking. So if, you know, they should apply to the community college and see if the community college will give credit for those courses.
Thank you. Board Member Durham?
No questions, thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor. Ms. Maramba, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Concetti. The next item is a presentation from the Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we have our guests with us, so I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Paul Foster and Dr. Melissa Cole.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Board Chair Schroeder, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. It's good to be with you again today. Would like to take the opportunity to introduce our Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services, Dr. Paul Foster, who will be leading the presentation, along with the two co-chairs of Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee. I wish to thank them for all of their hard work, providing really helpful direction to the Department of Education from the perspective of the members of the advisory committee, and also wish to thank Board Member McClellan for being the state board liaison to the advisory committee as well. So I will pass this off to Dr. Foster, who will lead us through today's presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Colesman. And can everyone see my screen?
No, but I have the PowerPoint. Next to
I
me.
can see it, Dr. Foster.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the State Board. First, I do want to just express my sincere appreciation to the State Board for this opportunity to come before you and update you on the good work that's being done by the Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee, also known as CEAC. You have a copy of the committee's 2019-2020 annual report in your board docs. So, and I'm not forwarding for some reason. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, there we go. All right. So today I'm joined by the co-chairs of CEAC, Clarissa Clinton and Tracy Thatcher. Ms. Clinton is in her second year as co-chair, and Ms. Thatcher is in her first year. And I just really want to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation also to them for all the work they do to keep CEAC on mission and to support students and parents of children with disabilities within the state of Colorado. So as you probably know, SEAC is a state level committee that is required by both the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, as well as Colorado's Exceptional Children's Education Act. And their primary purpose is to really advise the state on matters related to the education of children and youth with disabilities. In Colorado, SEAC members are appointed by you, the State Board of Education. SEAC members have expressed through their application process a strong interest in the quality of education that is received by children and youth with disabilities. They are made up primarily of parents of children with disabilities, individuals with disabilities themselves, educational service providers, administrators, and representatives from various community agencies that also serve students and youth with disabilities. And so with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Clinton, who will continue the presentation. And again, State Board, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll give Ms. Clinton another moment or two to get on. I'm not sure if she's having maybe.
I was muted. Apologies.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Clinton.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. So our SEAC duties, as you can see, according to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, also known as IDEA, the SEAC must advise the state education agency on the following: of unmet needs in the education of children with disabilities, in developing evaluation and reporting requirements, in developing corrective action plans, in developing and implementing policies related to the coordination of services for children with disabilities, and by providing public comment on any rules or regulations proposed by the state regarding the education of children with disabilities. Next slide, please. So I'd like to share with you a little bit about our focus over the past year. So over the 2019-2020, our focus has been to continue to meet our mandate and mission. Those are expressed in the Colorado Revised Statutes and also in CFR. And we've worked on reaching out to constituents across the state through local special education advisory committees, or SEACs. We have partnered with the Exceptional Student Services Unit, and we have developed an improved process for identifying unmet needs of children with individualized education programs, also known as IEPs. We've continued to reach out to constituents across the state through local special education advisory committee meetings, and partnered with the ESSU as well, and new leadership to develop an improved process for identifying the unmet needs of our Colorado children who are on IEPs. Can you go to the next slide, Dr. Foster?
Sometimes it takes a minute for it to go.
So my name is Tracy Thatcher. So I will go over the highlights of 2019 and 2020 SEAC's collaborative process. So the SEAC identifies topics and gathers information from constituent groups, creates relevant documents with comprehensive information and a review of the issue, and communicates advice on unmet educational needs of children and youth with disabilities. More of the topics and highlights of 2019 and 2020 are dispute resolution. We spend some time discussing dispute resolution and the issues that are out there amongst many of the schools in our state. And general education, special education, paraprofessional training and pay, those tend to be hot topics with SEAC, and also inclusive education, and that includes the use of assistive technology. And now I'll pass it on to Carissa again.
So some additional highlights of our activities include that SEAC members have served on various committees and groups, including Colorado's collaboration for Effective Educator Development, Accountability and Reform, also known as CEDAR, their leadership team, the CDE Advisory Group on Alternative Dispute Resolution, Preschool Special Education Advisory Committee, and also specific disability organizations and local SEACs. Our members have also received regular updates from the Executive Director of the ESSU on relevant issues. And these are typically in regards to goals, performance of Colorado students, and OSEP indicators. So we'd like to talk to you a little bit about our subcommittees. So the SEAC has 4 subcommittees that meet at each of our meetings, including our planning meeting. And those are as follows. We have our Communications Committee, Membership, Public Policy and Legislation, and Student Outcomes. And I'd like to turn it over to Tracy to talk a little bit more about our Communications Subcommittee.
Okay, so the purpose of the Communications Subcommittee is to outreach to local special education advisory committees and provide some training on how to start their own SEAC at their own school district or own school, whatever the case may be, and also to serve as a liaison among parents, schools, administrators, and local SEACs, and the state SEAC, and to support AUs in developing and executing action plans for starting or growing a SEAC. And accomplishments with the Communications Subcommittee include they provided 2 breakout presentations to directors at the annual state directors meeting. They provided consultation for emerging, existing, and proposed local special education advisory committees, and provided a Grow Your SEAC workshop in Colorado Springs for 5 districts. And Carissa will talk about the Membership Subcommittee.
Thank you, Tracy. So the Membership Subcommittee, their purpose is to solicit, interview, and recommend individuals for membership based on a notice of vacancies prepared and sent out annually. Their goals include to obtain applicants, interview and recommend new committee members to the State Board of Education, finalize membership announcements for CDE and SEAC dissemination, and outreach to new members and first-time members. Their accomplishments have included reaching out to rural and underrepresented districts, reviewing the interview questions for prospective members, interviewing prospective members, and selecting those to recommend to the State Board of Education for approval. This year, they have also taken on the task of assisting our executive committee with addressing remote and video conference participation for members at all quarterly meetings, including our summer planning meeting. Our Public Policy and Legislation Subcommittee is the next one I'd like to speak with you about. So their purpose is to stay abreast of public policy and Colorado legislation that affects outcomes of students with disabilities. Their goal is to inform SEAC members of relevant legislation and ensure SEAC representation at State Board of Education meetings as applicable. And some of their accomplishments over the past year have been to monitor current proposed legislation and coordinate with our State Board of Education liaison, Board Member McClellan, to review bylaws, and also to communicate relevant legislation to SEAC members, which are also disseminated out to our local SEACs across the state. And now Tracy will tell you about our Student Outcomes Subcommittee.
Thank you, Carissa. So the Student Outcomes Subcommittee, the purpose is to advise the Colorado Department of Education on the development and implementation of the Colorado Special Education State Performance Plan, and also on improving the academic achievement of students with disabilities. The goal is to address proportionality in graduation rates for students with disabilities. Accomplishments have been explored, tools used by local districts to address SEL, connectedness, and supports needed for students with disabilities. Also encourage the use of Peak Parent Center for supporting families with transition planning and supported career readiness programs used by districts that incorporate local employment options and internships. And the next slide, slide 15, is the input that was provided to the Colorado Department of Education. The SEAC provided input on these key initiatives: legislation and rulemaking, ESSU's new parent survey, relationships among SEAC, communities, and other stakeholders, people first philosophy and language statewide, increasing the number of local SEACs and supporting existing ones, and building grassroots family and school partnering in special education. And now I will pass it on to Carissa.
So we'd like to close by telling you about our plans for the 2020-2021 year. So SEAC plans to continue to work with CDE on the unmet needs of students with IEPs. We will continue to develop constituent input documents on specific special education topics. We will continue to share input documents and information with the State Board of Education, CDE, and our local SEACs, and families and other constituent groups. And we will also continue to provide resources and support to engage families at the local Special Education Advisory Committee level and the district level across the state. Our plans also include encouraging continued support of the results-driven accountability process to monitor the results of students with disabilities on a statewide standardized testing, including tracking the achievement and progress of these students from year to year. We also have a focus and will continue to urge meaningful transition planning and options to increase student graduation rates and improve post-secondary outcomes, including employment for all students with disabilities. And we will continue to review and update SEAC publications as necessary. And finally, utilize our representative and collaborative process to advise the State Board of Education and CDE on unmet educational needs of children and youth with disabilities in our state. So just to close, we would like to just extend our appreciation to all board members. And so we just wanted to say the SEAC extends its appreciation to the State Board of Education and the Exceptional Student Services Unit of the Colorado Department of Education for their input and continued support of SEAC and its role in improving the education of children and youth with disabilities. Thank you so much for the time we are able to spend with you today.
All right, I apologize for the slowness. It took me a while to get out of the presentation and get back to the screen. Just one other thing that I would like to add, Madam Chair, if that's all right, is that SEAC is currently recruiting for membership. So we like for you to know, as the State Board of Education, if you have individuals within your districts that would be interested in this, the folks at SEAC continue to look for broad representation across the state. This is an all-volunteer organization, and it does require a fair amount of time and effort. And so, any suggestions you might have, you can find all the information you need at the website, and that's labeled SEAC. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a message. All right, I think I'm good. I was continuing to share. Sorry about that. So please feel free to reference that webpage or reach out to myself if you need any assistance. And then also the support and the input that we are looking to get from SEAC related to the current situation we are in meeting the needs of students with IEPs across the state in this remote learning situation, hybrid situation. We view them as very valuable partners in helping us to address these. This is certainly one of those unmet needs that we are all grappling with, and continue to appreciate their support. So, Madam Chair, this concludes our presentation, and if there are any questions, we're happy to take those on at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. And thank you, members of SEAC, for your presentation. I'm going to go down the line and give members of the board an opportunity to make comments or ask questions. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Foster, thank you so much for what you do. In these times of COVID, I know this type of teaching and education is extremely challenging. Is there any way we can have an org chart or something to that effect that relates to our district, so I can see how many organizations already exist in my 29 county? It's so large, but I would like to connect with them somehow. Is there anything like that?
So just to make sure I'm understanding, related to SEACs or school staff?
SEACs.
Sure. I don't know that anything exists at this time, but I don't think that would be any problem at all to provide you with a list of administrative units that have SEACs on your side of the state. Many of the districts on your side of the state are going to be in administrative units, and I know that creates a unique challenge, but I really know that the folks here at SEAC have worked hard to involve those districts. So I'll defer to Carissa or Tracy if you have any other comments on that.
Board Member Rankin, I would just say that that's something that our communications committee could certainly look into, and we'd be more than happy to provide that as a follow-up to the board.
I think that would be good, because when we are out in the field, if we're in an area that doesn't have representation, we may be able to help find it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have questions?
I don't, thank you, but that was a very good presentation. Thank you very much.
Great. Board Member Goff.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for coming. I have two questions. One of them is, is there a general group of categories where you're finding unmet needs? Just general things. I know that inclusivity, for example, inclusivity might be one, but in general, without going into, or is it more appropriate for you to talk about that in terms of individual case-by-case basis? I'm just wondering if there's a grouping of types of unmet needs that as a state we're looking at in common.
I'm happy to address that question. I would say that when we're looking at unmet needs of students with disabilities, one thing that the SEAC does consider is the various categories that our students fall into, from mild to moderate needs to our students with severe needs who will most likely require additional supports long after they leave our education system. So I would say where SEAC has spent some time and consideration reaching out to constituents has been around transition services, assistive technology, and then also literacy. I would say that those are areas that the SEAC has focused on, and what we appreciate is being able to look at the data. And so Dr. Foster and his team are able to bring in that information to our group to inform us as new initiatives take place and how those are doing.
Okay, that helps me, thank you. And also, are there some highlights or lowlights of legislation over the past, let's say, three years or so? Is there some particular piece of legislation that's been very impactful to your work?
So I'll jump in, and Carissa or Tracy, if you have any additional thoughts, let me know. I think one of the things that is impactful for what we do in the world of special education is some of the legislation that's been passed around dyslexia and some of the work that we're doing there. Not every student who is identified as a student with dyslexia may necessarily need to be identified as a student with special education needs. But some of them will be. And so I think that heightened focus on not only what do you do for a student who is, exhibiting the characteristics of dyslexia, but just that ongoing emphasis on first best instruction, I think will benefit all children, not just those children with dyslexia, but any child with a disability or a child who may be being considered as a child who needs special education services. So Carissa or Tracy, if you have anything else, please feel free to jump in.
I would mention that there was a particular House bill that members of the SEAC did take particular interest in, House Bill 191066, which focuses on graduation rates. Again, as I had mentioned, there is a focus on what supports are needed for students with disabilities to successfully graduate and transition into a full and thriving life in the workforce as a contributing member of our community. And so that particular bill, I do recall being one that we did have quite some interest in discussing.
Thank you. Well, just a comment. I'm very appreciative of everything about every school and every classroom right now, but particularly want to let you know that the work that's going on and the efforts being made around meeting some needs of our special education community is much appreciated. And I have a little taste of everything that you've been doing and some of the feels like never-ending issues popping up around that right now. So thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Board Member Sheffel.
Yeah, also thank you from me too, just for the great presentation and opportunity to discuss the work that's going on in our state and special education. What are you hearing with related to the COVID aspects or the issue of service delivery? Are kids' needs being met? Are schools finding unique ways to serve their needs? Are they having small group instruction in schools? Have you heard much about that, and how are districts, responding? I know your role is largely, really advisory and advocacy based, but are you able to advocate with districts so students do get services?
Yeah, Board Member Sheffel, I'll jump in on the department's perspective and then allow, obviously, Chris and Tracy to add their thoughts. We are hearing kind of all of the above, and it is a huge challenge. And for some of our students with disabilities, I think you would find examples of students who are thriving and doing well in remote. And then you're going to find students, where staff and parents are really struggling to meet their needs. And so, some of the things that we've done at the department level is, try to give, a lot of guidance, but if you've met one special ed child, you've met one special ed child. And so, guidance, you have to, translate and see how it meets the needs of that child. And then we're also talking about, what do you do when you have a situation that it's just not practicable or feasible to meet that child's needs? How can you develop contingency plans? And as we begin to return to normal, whatever that may look like and whenever that may occur, what can school districts do to support students to bring them back up as we begin to return to more normal operations? So I will, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Are there models that are working? Are there any districts that you work with that seem to be more effective than others that you could share with other districts?
I don't know that any, I think that I can't point to a particular model that's working that I would say would work universally across the state. I think there are many districts who are figuring it out, how they can meet the needs of students within their district and meeting the unique needs that are with that district. Off the top of my head, I can't say do this, like district, whatever is doing, and everything will be fine. But I do know that they're collaborating extensively. And I've had the good fortune to be invited to some directors meetings, at regional levels, in the Colorado BOCES Association. And I know that the special education directors are meeting regularly and collaborating and sharing ideas.
Can I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Are there any metrics? I mean, year after year, we're trying to do this work. We know some of these students are very, have challenging learning needs. Do you track stats that would show more parents are being trained how to advocate better for their children? There's accelerated learning taking place in these subgroups because of these actions? Or, I mean, is there, as you look back over your work and then we have this intrusion of COVID in the middle of all that, are there metrics that you're tracking that would suggest, hey, we are getting better at closing achievement gaps in these groups? And how does SEAC fit into that? I mean, I think they're, like I said, advocates and advisors, but I wonder how effective they are at that, and then how can we as a board support that work, because we all want, better outcomes for students with special needs.
Sure, and I'm happy to address that. With your permission, I'll be quiet for just a moment and see if Carissa or Tracy have anything they would like to add, and then I'll jump in.
Board Member Sheffel, I'd be happy to address your question. So we, every year, we will always look over our different indicators that are reviewed by CDE. One of the indicators that I know SEAC has been very pleased to see movement on is actually indicator 8. It is the indicator around parent involvement. And in that way, we are able to hear directly from parents by doing two things. One, we've been able to review the materials that parents receive to make sure that they are culturally sensitive. They're written in an easy way for parents to understand and be able to complete the survey and send back. And then we're also seeing really good feedback on that survey where the parent is indicating they've understood what's going on in their IEP meeting. They've felt involved. They felt like the teacher and the IEP team has gotten their input, that the team has the best interest of their child. So those are really things that we're very pleased to see. And we've also seen not only an increase in the positive feedback, but then just the overall interaction with those parents on indicator 8.
That's helpful. Any achievement data? Are we closing gaps? Are we accelerating learning?
Yes, Board Member Sheffel, we continue to be, totally frank with that achievement gap for students with disabilities compared to their non-disabled peers. That continues to be an ongoing concern, especially in the area of reading. And so some of the things that we've done at the department level are related to our state systemic improvement plan, which has been highly focused on literacy, explicitly structured literacy. And so we are in the midst of making some changes to that, that will respond to the data we have in place. I think which shows that, where that is in place, it's been helpful for students. But even in those situations, we continue to have, some of our students who are ultimately identified with a learning disability who continue to lag behind their non-disabled peers. No silver bullets yet, but we're still working toward that goal of closing those achievement gaps for students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate, it's such a pleasure to be able to work with this group of parents and with Dr. Foster. Thank you so much for the time that you put in. And I really appreciate the presentation by Carissa and Tracy and by Dr. Foster. And I also would be glad to pass along this invitation to apply for the committee for parents within the group on social media. If we have a shareable invitation, that would be great. And in addition, if we have any kind of notes or particular asks with respect to areas that are underrepresented, for example, if you have age groups like our super seniors who are receiving services or very young children who qualify for the program, it would be really great for us to know who's missing on the committee so we can help let people in the public know these are areas where we'd especially like to get an application for the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Durham.
No questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. So I also would like to thank all of you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. Well, I have a question and a comment, I guess. And my question is, how many districts do have a district-wide SEAC, roughly? Do you know that, Dr. Foster?
I'm afraid I do not off the top of my head. You can't tell, but I'm looking at Carissa down in the corner here, seeing if she can answer that. We can certainly give that information to you very quickly, though.
Okay, so then my next, that sort of addresses my next point. I did read your report, which was just fine, except I was looking for some information, some data, some results. You have objectives. You've got some common measures where you're trying to see improvement over time, but none of that is included in this report. Is there a reason for that? It kind of addresses Board Member Scheffel's concern also, is when can we see how things are progressing with different subgroups of kids?
I think historically, Madam Chair, that has the report has really just been a reporting of activities. I think we have acknowledged and we've discussed that we do think it probably could be a little bit meatier report. So I think your observations are very helpful at this time as we look at some additional information that would be helpful to the board in terms of helping to fulfill the SEAC's responsibility and purpose to advise the state board on that unmet needs. So I appreciate you noticing that, and would just have to say we acknowledge your concerns and would agree with them.
Thank you. So outcomes, the legislation that was intended to support higher graduation rates. Let's see how we're coming forward with that. Common assessments, literacy for a particular subgroup of students. I think it would be either encouraging or helpful identification of where we can support, we can go to the legislature, et cetera, to ensure stuff is happening. But with this information, I appreciate the work that's been done, but it doesn't really tell me what the results are. It tells me that people are working really hard. And I am interested in knowing how many districts do have a SEAC subgroup, because I think it can be very, very supportive for families. And I appreciate that your organization is the one encouraging that, but I'd like to be able to see how they're doing and whether they're increasing that. Any other comments, colleagues? So Tracy and Carissa and Dr. Foster, thank you very much for your report. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So colleagues, I think we stand in adjournment until tomorrow. I did just get some good news. If you heard my telephones ringing, it was that Larimer County has just, after 13 days, has lifted our evacuation. So that, I hope, is good news for us anyway, but I will be there tomorrow. So see you all at 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.